There's going to be a, CME Futures Challenge the end of the month, and so anybody wants to register for that, and we have. So we'll keep you posted on that. Let's see if we can win that damn thing. We'll come up with a an aggressive strategy and let's see if we can win that thing. It's going to be on the indices, which is right up our alley. Good morning, YouTubers and passerbys. We are now live on on the markets. Let's just take a look at the date. Today is Tuesday, September 19th at about 10:15, and we're just going to give you a view of the markets. We'll wait for a few folks to populate. We don't get hundreds of people. We don't. We know that. That's fine. You're looking at what we call the Swing Machine Plus, which is our go-to product to keep us hopefully on the right side of the market, and maybe help us to stay out of a market, help us stay into a market, help us ease into a market. It isn't the only tool. It isn't a holy grail. It doesn't get every single trade right. It doesn't. We do describe it in many different ways. One of the ways is similar to like a fish finder. So it isn't going to catch you the fish, but it should help you try to find the fish and have a rapid, a rapid view of what is happening. And in a few moments, we'll give again a chance for a few folks to populate the YouTube, and we'll try to give you a little synopsis of where it is and what's going on. We are running a program over here, and that program is a program that we are tracking for the week. So we're not posting what it's doing right here. You may see a trade go in or out up here, but we're tracking the performance of it for the entire week for ourselves and for the benefit of our members. When you are trading, you have some decisions to make. There's a lot of things within your control, and everyone's going to be unique. What days do you trade? What markets do you trade? What intervals do you trade? What are you trying to accomplish? And that's going to be, unique. Probably don't want to change from day to day to day. But so when we say that we're doing something a little different here, normally we're in here, on a specific day trying to get a specific number. Here we set out to try to get a weekly program, and that's and running virtually 24/7. So we had a little glitch on one of the settings the other day, and it cost us a couple of bucks, but that's part and parcel. It could have been, that glitch could have been a positive glitch too. So, but we'll have that information toward the end of the week if anybody wants to know. And if you have any other questions about who we are, what we're about, what you're looking at, don't hesitate to visit the site. Don't hesitate to send us an email. You can put it in the chat function. We are busy working on other things, so I don't always see the chat right away, but I'll try to answer any questions. And you're, of course, always open to call. And let's just take a minute and review what is happening with Swing Machine. So we first come to the VIX, and let me just highlight this a little bit. Here is the VIX on a 5-minute interval, and we'll just capture that. So at 8:05 today, 8:05, the VIX starts to trend up. And we always start there and we always look there, but particularly after, 9 o'clock, 9:30, when the options market really opens. So when that VIX is trending up, that tells us that the market is likely to be defensive. Sometimes the VIX leads and sometimes it reacts. And but there's no hiding the VIX, and it's kind of a nice confirmation. So here is the ES contract, and at 7:45, the ES through Swing Machine had turned down and had gone short at 4504.50. Now, a lot of different ways to trade Swing Machine. We can't get it all into, the how to do that, but we're going to just highlight the 5-minute trades. There's a lot of different ways to do it. And next week, we'll probably focus on counter trading. We take a look now. Prior to 9 o'clock, you would have needed full original margin, which is significant. After 9 o'clock, you only need about $1,800 some odd dollars. Here is the NQ, also short at what time? 8:05. Virtually the exact same time. Not unusual at all. Not unusual. $2,200. This is the YM. 720. $950. Gold is taking a little bit of pressure. We won't highlight it. And oil has certainly been running. Now, oil on a daily basis is, just been on fire. I mean, excuse the pun there, but it has just been running. It is pushing into what we call euphoria. So we would be expecting oil to pull back. Hasn't pulled back yet, but we would be interested in maybe taking some of the pullbacks. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Now, Swing Machine, again, is trying to get us on the right side. But understand, as individual traders, it's our job. It's your job. It's my job. It's the job of each individual member to use the tools as best they can to get done what they set out to do with the capital that they're using and the objectives that they've set. We suggest that they stay measured and responsible with margin in trying to get a positive profit factor, and to focus on the profit factor and not the money. But it's your job to get the fish in the boat, right? So, I'm not going to answer because it doesn't matter, but questions about performance. What does we can drill into swing machine over a couple week period what the run ups and rundowns would be, but we don't run it wide open, and we're not presenting swing machine as some sort of holy grail ATM whereby you don't need any trading experience or trading skill and that it's just going to vacuum up money. We do not suggest that at all. It is a tool. Um, and so, to be matched with your trading skill. So please know that. Enjoy. We're going to let you watch. If you get any other questions, who we are, happy to try to address them and answer them as they might populate. If any passerbys on YouTube have any questions and or you want us to plug any of your particular markets into Swing Machine, we can do that, right? Any particular stock. We can do this with stock. The reason we don't do it with stock intraday is that we would be using too much capital. Now, could you use options? You could, but if you're going to trade options quickly, frequently, intraday, then it just presents some challenges in that you really need to have options that are highly, highly liquid, right? You don't want to go to AutoZone, AZO, or Chipotle Mexican Grill and try to trade those things intraday because they're not very liquid. But the QQQs and the SPY, you could. I mean, you certainly could be trading them, intraday. So to give you a for instance, let's put the SPY in here as an example. Let's say that you want to trade the SPY, SPY, on a 5-minute basis. So the SPY, that's kind of interesting. So that one, I didn't expect that, right? So the SPY on a 5-minute went short on, and it's also calculating for the hours that it's actually trading. So it doesn't do it overnight. So but it was 2:30 yesterday afternoon. And so it's delivered $2.58. So that's, per share, right? We can change this to reflect, a block of money. But if one had gone and got themselves a put, at 2:30, that depending upon the expiration date and so forth, they'd be certainly profitable. Same thing, we can do the Qs. Let's see what the Qs, probably about the same time, if I had to guess. Yeah. And so also at 2:40 yesterday at 371, and it's delivered $3. If you were trading options, it'd be nice, right? Let's see. How about Tesla? Right? People love to, and Tesla is pretty liquid, right? So I have no idea. No, this is kind of interesting. This is on a 5-minute Tesla. Okay. So it doesn't mean that you're going to be trading every 5 minutes, but a 5-minute signal went short Tesla at 274.67 at 135 on the 15th. It was like 4 or 5 days ago. That's $10. If you got a put at 274, depending upon, again, the expiration, I mean, that's a big fat trade, a big fat one. Who else? Anybody else? How about NVIDIA? Yeah, that thing's been flying around. All right, so NVIDIA on a 5-minute goes short yesterday also at 255, $2.44. So you can use Swing Machine on stock and be trading it with options. Most certainly. Maybe we should do that to demo. It's just that I choose, not to. I choose not to trade it necessarily that way, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't, or that we have members that don't. I mean, that'd be totally fine. Totally fine. And of course, maybe you don't want to trade NVIDIA on a 5-minute. Say, Don, I want to trade NVIDIA. I want to trade these stocks on an hourly. Now, an hourly signal is not necessarily going to trigger every day, right? I mean, even a 5-minute signal has been in here for more than a day, which is, not unusual, but so we have had hourly signals last, even in the S&P, the ES, for a couple of weeks. So, and I'm happy to plug in. If you've got stocks that you're passing through and you're like, hey, plug this in, plug this, this is our chance to show you the baby, right? So we're happy to show you the baby. So let's just take as an example what else we can do. So let's change this to a 60-minute. So on a 60-minute interval in NVIDIA, it went short 65 hourly segments, but I believe that's on regular sessions too. So, but we can come right down to the time frame. It was 10:30 a.m. on September 6th at 468.80. 34 points. If you're holding a put, for, you had 40 days. I mean, that's quite a bit of money. You're looking, a few grand. Tesla, oops, I'm sorry, shoot. That's the label row. There, okay, so but I'm happy to plug in any other. So on Tesla, it went short 3 hours ago, which stretches back into yesterday. See, this tells us how many hours ago, but it's on the trading hours. So with futures, it's round the clock. With Tesla, it says 3 hours. So it wasn't like 3 hours today. It stretches back to yesterday. But you can always just look. And it's per share. So, but if there's any other stock that you want us to plug in, we'll put this back to ESZ 23. Oh, and here it is on a 60-minute, by the way. We happen to be at a 60-minute. So it was 47 hours ago at 11 a.m. on the 15th that the hourly signal turned down. So we've been looking at that for some time. And it's trading down. And it's trending down. No doubt about it. Right. So we'll put this back onto a 5-minute. But if you want us to plug in, we're happy to show you the baby. We're working on other things. We're constantly working. We got something really pretty radical for us, pretty visual that's going to be rolling out in another couple of weeks. We'll be able to give you a view on it. It's really going to be something we think, we hope. But it's under lock and key right now. And so this little program over here. So this program we've been running all week. This is a different program. We're running it. This is a weekly program, and we're trading it 24/7. And it is underwater for the week, not by a whole lot, but we still have very high hopes for what it's going to do. But in the meantime, we wanted to give you a chance to see the market. Oil has had a tremendous run. Let's see if we can show you. Let's put oil up on a daily basis. Let's see here. Maybe let's see if I can get it. Here we go. Put it on a daily, and we can see that oil. Well, even oil is only at 70. I say only at 70. It's going up incrementally. So can it go higher? It most certainly can. It still can't. The mean has really pushed up now. It's at 87. So it's really just moving on up. We'll put this back to a 1 minute. There'll be an oil number. There's an oil number every week. Comes out on Wednesdays at 10:30. It'll either be a build, which means more inventory, or a draw, less inventory, and that could move oil a little bit. But I think the Fed's probably going to move it some. But oil, if she just keeps moving, and go and breaks 100 and breaks 105, 110. I mean, that she'll in and of herself, she'll put the kibosh into the economy. Not for short periods of time, but an extended period of time, she keeps doing it. But she's really run on a daily basis. Let's just take a look here. When did Swing Machine say to get long? Let's see if we can punch this in here for you here. So on a daily basis, so this is crazy. Oil, Swing Machine got long oil only 52 days ago, July 7th. one contract long, one futures contract in oil bought at 73.44, and it's a hold all the way. You're up 19 grand. That's some crazy shit there, huh? Yep. They got thousands of them, folks. Thousands of them. Or, so you want us to plug anything in, let us know. If you have any questions, let us know. A lot of different ways to be trading. We come here and highlight this. This isn't the only way to trade. You can trade this tool over here, which we're working on, and we probably want to showcase one week where we'll come in and do some counter trading. Enjoy. Any questions, let us know. Okay, I didn't put that trade in. That's the machine putting it in. So the machine can literally put trades in. And she just took a winner. Now we will learn from running this week. We've already made a couple of little adjustments, and we may be able to get more aggressive with our profit targets. We see that we're leaving quite a bit of money on the table. Look at some of these trades. Look at the profit target from here to here. Look how much money we left on the table. Now this is the one that hurt us, right? So it hurt us quite a bit, but look at again here, small profit. Look at all the money left on the table. This one here, not so much. That one hit it on the screws, but here, so it appears, just visually, I'm looking at this saying, geez, we probably are being too aggressive with our profit target for the losses that we're having. But considering that we've been running this strategy since Sunday night, the account is down about $1,500, which is no big deal at all. For running the NQ 24/7. If any of you have done any trading on that, that's nothing. But we want to see, we're gonna try to leave it alone and see. What we would like to have is a strategy whereby a person could, with some degree of confidence, have a specific program that they could run like an oil derrick, and just let the sucker run. Allocate so much money and just let it run. That's a little different. Well, that's actually a lot different. What many of us are doing intraday is coming in on a given day and just executing on a given day, getting out our cash flow and calling it a day. So this is a little different. And it just takes time. It takes time to to vet it out. And even if we're able, if it works for us, it doesn't necessarily mean to anybody that it's going to necessarily work for you. You have to learn to run these things and to allocate the time, so It is can be time consuming. If any of the folks passing by on YouTube have any questions about what it is you're seeing, what it is we're trying to do each and every day, don't hesitate. Okay, that trade that you see up there, that's going in over here, as you can see, and there's a program running on this, right? And that we're tracking ourselves. Um, and so it appears that the market's going to get a little bounce here. These are machines, right? These are machines trading with each other. And it's been this way for decades, folks. It's just a money extraction game. And it is what it is. Any questions, those passing through on YouTube, don't hesitate. Good afternoon, everybody. We're moving into midday. We've had a nice move down this morning. We're getting a little midday pop. This is all machine trading. The trading that you see day in and day out, it's all machines. It's not driven by any individual, um, and we are also machine trading. And swing machine is what it is. It helps us try to stay on the right side of the market. Our job every day is to get in and get cash flow out and get out of harm's way. If you want to learn more about who we are, you can visit the site, and you're also welcome to post any questions. And hello, and we'll try to monitor those questions. If you are a stock trader, this is trading futures. We trade futures intraday for a number of reasons. They are highly liquid, meaning the difference between the bid and the ask is very, very tight. So it's very efficient use of capital. Number two, we have tremendous market access. Once we start trading on Sunday night, they only close for about an hour a day, and so we have great access. The third reason is that they're leveraged. So you can use a little bit of capital to make a fairly decent amount. Currently, at this hour, to trade a futures contract on the S&P 500 costs you about you have to have about $1,800 in your account. The NQ about 1,900. Now you can trade. That's a mini contract. Now you can use micros, which is 1/10 the size, to learn. The other reason we trade futures intraday or intra-evening is in addition to the liquidity, in addition to the market access, in addition to the leverage, is they're simple. We don't have to concern ourselves with the Greeks, time decay, implied volatility. We're concerned with implied volatility from another standpoint, but not in terms of the instrument itself. Now, if we want to go further out, measured maybe in hours, but out measured in days or weeks, then we will in fact use options to define our risk. And we can use these same tools. And by the way, Swing Machine Plus is just one tool. It's an important tool for us. It helps us try to stay on the right side of the market. It can help us stay out. It can help us stay in. And now it isn't, it may seem automatic to you, but it isn't. It isn't automatic. It isn't the iRobot. It isn't you're not gonna just simply, plug it in and have it automatically make money for you. You still need to have good acquired trading skill to operate Swing Machine Plus or other programs. We have another program that's running over here. It's been running since Sunday night, and that's what's putting in the trades. So the trades that you see up here are going in and out by our machine. Now, why do we trade machines? Why do we do that? Why don't we just get in there and trade what we see, what we think, what we hear, or what someone else sees, thinks, or hears, or a narrative or story? That's where most people begin in their trading. The bar to admission is very, very low. Anybody who can fog a mirror, anybody who has money can open up a brokerage account and anoint themselves as a trader. But the reason why we trade mechanically, robotically, and robotically hedge is so that we can have a life, and so that we can maximize our profits, maximize our time, and minimize our emotions. 90% of all folks who take up the trading game, they start out in the same place. and it's through no fault of their own. They're just not educated by the industry, and they don't want you to be educated. They don't. They have no interest in seeing you make money. They just don't. Um, but they start out and they end trading the money. They go, oh, I put on a trade on. Oh, it ran up. Yay, I'm going to take my money out. Oh, yay. It's kind of like, maybe a casino, feeling to it, and we don't have any of that. We don't have any of that. Zero, zero. Now we work really hard to get there because we don't want to trade greed and fear. If you are trading the money, you may not realize it, but you are trading greed and fear, and you will lose. 90% of people will lose, and they count on that. They count on that. So that's kind of who we are now. Well, how we view things. Who are we? We don't make specific recommendations to buy or sell a thing, right? So we're not. You're on YouTube and you're on delay. So I wouldn't, and there's a whole protocol to trading swing machine. There's a number of different ways you can trade this. You can trade it different in time frames. You can trade it in trends. You can trade it counter trends. There's numerous ways to trade it. Now we have other tools. We have over 70 proprietary indicators and strategies and radars. So there's a lot of choice. But you do need to have instructions. So I guess where I was going with it is that we don't make specific recommendations to buy or sell anything, right? So we're not a brokerage, we're not a financial advisor, not recommending that anyone buy or sell any security. Number two, we're not managing anyone's money. So we're not coming on here each and every day, and we don't come on each and every day. But when we do come on, we're not coming on so that person can just shadow and pick off a trade or two. If you're doing that, we can't stop you, but it's not what we're trying to do at all. We're trying to give you a glimpse of what it looks like, what it might feel like to be a mechanical trader, what the markets are doing, and to give you an opportunity to say hello. If that's what we're going to say, like, hey, and ask any questions that you might have. Because we're not making specific recommendations, and because we're not managing any money, there's no performance. We're not saying that if you subscribe to Stock Market Caddy that you're going to, have such and such a performance. In fact, nobody can say that. What we do is we are a mentoring site for the person that might be passing through and says, this is a lot different than everyone else, talking about inflation, deflation, interest rates, this, interest rates, that, AI, this, AI, that, this trend line, that trend line, moving average, this, moving average, that, and all that nonsense. And we are a mentoring site that we will share with you what we do, how we've gone about it, and then also make these tools available to you if you get that far. We structure our membership trying to give the person an opportunity for very little money up front to say, "Niet, no, this isn't for me. This isn't something I want to do." I can't emphasize enough that it does call for a skill set. It does. It's not automatic. You're not going to just get behind the, you may be able to go out and buy a small airplane, and you might have an autopilot, and, you might be able to strap yourself in, and you might even get off the ground, but you might run into some problems trying to get back to the airport or to get from one place to another. And all we can try to do is make you aware of the things that you may not be aware of. And that's even the purpose of these videos. Because when you stop and you think about it, when you learn anything, you have to have an interest, you have to have a passion, right? Otherwise, you're not going to explore whatever that something is. And then you need to become aware of maybe something that you don't know. And then the rest is up to you. Is this something you want to learn? Is something you don't? So I don't come from this industry. For 25 years, my primary career, I spent teaching surgeons how to do surgery. Far from this, I have contempt for the markets, or let's say I have contempt for Wall Street and all the stock pimps around it. I really do. Um, and it was from that contempt that led my wife and I to build the systems that we have, not 6 months ago, not 6 years ago, but now, Jesus, like almost it's scary to think, like 15 something, 20 years ago. And we share that with everybody. I don't suggest that everybody do this. I don't. In fact, most people probably shouldn't take up trading. I don't make any claims that if you do subscribe and do go through our programs that you will automatically make money. I don't know that. I do know that we will work very, very hard to try to maximize your time and make you aware of the things you don't know, and then try to educate you on an approach. In the end, though, it'll rest on you. And most people, it might be why, and we all hear the numbers that 90% of traders fail, is that the perception might be that it's just automatic and super easy. We think it's easy, but it wasn't easy getting here. So, but that's a little bit about who we are, what we're about, and I'm happy to answer any questions. We'll let you watch here today. It looks like it's going to be an interesting day, to say the least. And if you had Swing Machine, if you had this on your desktop, what we've highlighted is at 8:05, the VIX started to turn up. That was a warning that the market was likely to turn down. Do you know what the VIX is? Maybe, maybe not. The 5-minute went short on the ES at 7:45. You'd be up 1,700. 8:05, the exact same time on the NASDAQ, almost 3,000. 720 on the Dow, 1470. Russell, 950, $500. And then oil is a little bit overdone. We would be trying to fade oil intraday. This is intraday trading. We can plug in any kind of market or equity in here that you might want us. So if you have a stock that you've been trading and have an interval that you're interested in, you want us to plug it in real time, we will do that. So you just let me know. You can just ask me to do it in the chat, and I'll do it. But there are many elements to becoming a successful trader. We're trying to teach the art, the profession of trading, and so that you can trade as a business, that you can extract cash flow. And there are things there that we have learned over the years, and I wish I could compress it all into 15 minutes, but I can't. And it takes time. Enjoy. We don't always like, equating it down to a per day. This is not a per diem job or an hourly rate job. but there are 24 trading days in a month, 24. And if you are successful in capturing at least $100 in a day, you can do the math from there. It's $2,400. So, okay. And the machine just took a little loss there on that. Again, she's trading this tool over here. So she's just doing her thing. And you can see as she changed directions. We're we talk to a lot of people. You're always welcome to send us your questions and stuff. And we had one gentleman back some weeks ago, and he called and said, "Geez, Don, he was really, really excited about everything." And then he got into our details and talked about the Q school and says, "Geez, Don, I just don't have that kind of time." Okay, that's cool. The Q school is 3 weeks. It's a small. It may seem like a lot of time. Um, you probably need even more, but that's what we can afford to do. But if you're looking at, I mean, how many other places in life or whatever someone's prepared to spend 3 weeks with you each and every day? No, it's not necessarily. Well, you're going to be doing something specific as much as you can during the course of the day, but we'd like to spend on average 1 to 2 hours with you every day. How many people are prepared to do that? I don't think too many. But if you don't have the time, and as I just told them, I said, okay, that's all right. Then then we're not for you. Now there are a ton. There's a plethora of services that you can join, and and they'll give you trade tips or stock choices or option trades for the night before, and good luck with that. Good luck with that. If it's working for you, do it. But that isn't what we're about, right? Especially for our annual members. They want to be able to get in there and run a trading business for themselves. And they put a tremendous amount of effort, time into just that. So don't but it does take time. It takes time, takes patience, takes discipline. And you can't we want to try to move your attention away from the money, but you can't. There's an old saying that you can't play with scared money. This is not an inexpensive endeavor, nor is golf, nor is a lot of things in life. So it does take capital to make more capital. But you don't want to come at this undercapitalized and and um and extremely fearful. It's one thing to have some apprehensions. I get that, but if a person has an absolute fear of heights, has a phobia about heights, probably not a good idea to take up piloting. Trying to be a pilot, right? And it's just and we've had one or two persons actually, and we discussed it in advance, and some were able to work through it, and others not. And if you have just a tremendous phobia. Try to use the machine and the programs to alleviate that, to try to make the decisions for us. Okay, so we have made an adjustment on the strategy. So we're going to bring this into view for you. Bear with us. And we've expanded the profit target. So we'll get fewer trades, and we think we'll do better. Paste window, we'll put it in here so you have something to watch. Bring this right down into here. There you go. And we're along from back here, and we've expanded the profit target, so we think we'll do better. So we're learning. This particular strategy has taken us a couple of days to get our legs on it, and we'll keep you posted on how we do. Swing Machine is doing its thing. And those of you that are passing by on YouTube probably wondering, what in the world, what in the hell is all this about? Folks, think about it like, well, I don't know, like the weather, you know? Um, when the weather is nice and sunny, it's a nice sunny day, you want to be buying. When the weather is nice and rainy, what do you want to be doing? Indoors, that sort of thing, right? We're not getting caught up with the narratives of the day. The narratives, oh, this stock's going up, oh, this market's going up, oh, we're going into high. That is self-serving claptrap from the stock pimps. It's ludicrous. It's just, but it is what it is. I mean, they've sold everybody, just like a lot of things, right? They sold the world a lot of narratives. Take your pick. This is one of the biggest ones. They have fooled generation after generation after generation, but they're not fooling us. Now we could intervene with the strategy. We could go up and capture the profit and stuff, but we're not going to. We're going to just let it play out. Those of you that are passing by on YouTube, and if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll try to take a peek periodically, and you're welcome to visit the site. And it's your opportunity to ask questions. That's all. We're not trying to demonstrate an outcome. We're not trying to suggest that everybody can do this, can just quit their jobs and become a trader. I'm not even going to say day trader. We're intraday traders, but we're traders. It takes time, it takes commitment, it takes discipline, it takes some risk capital, and it does take a passion. It's got to be something you really, really want to do, because you will work hard at it. Okay, we're going to remove the brackets so they don't serve as a distraction. The market is countering. Other people's machines are trailing out, and we're getting a counter. Our program is on it over here, so we've got. So we're going to just erase this here. If one was trading the 1 minute, interval, 8 minutes ago, you're up $100. How much capital does it take to trade the ES at this time? About $1,800. So you're up $100. You know, remember, 24 trading days in a month, 8 minutes, $100. 13 minutes, $600. 6 minutes, 45. 2 minutes, just getting along now. Mechanically trading. Can it trade robotically? Yes, it absolutely could. We could have the machine putting it in, putting it out. We're here to show you what's possible. By the way, when it comes to our memberships, monthly memberships are unlimited. Annual memberships are limited each and every year. And a person must go through a Q school. And we do not have unlimited spots. We limit the number of licenses we issue each year. The most valuable commodity of all, more valuable than gold, silver, Bitcoin, the VIX, oil, silver, gold. Do you know what it is? Time. You can't buy it. You can't sell it. You can't trade it. Can't make it. Vagabond does not like to waste time. So I don't want to waste Shaw's, and I don't want to waste mine. And we don't necessarily accept everyone. Please understand that. To be an annual member, you're going to have to go through the Q school, and we're going to have a conversation. And we do not accept everybody. So here they come, right? Let's just mark this up a little bit. We start to see, what is the first indication? Let me just show you. I'll mark this up with a yellow arrow. Do you notice right here, this, we'll just point, it's dipping. VIX is dipping. What does that mean? It means the market might be ready to bounce. Now that was, well, no, it doesn't show us the dip, right? It was long back here at 8:05. It doesn't show us the dip. You'd have to see it, real time, but it just happened actually in the last 20, 30 minutes. And then on the 1 minute, if you were trading the 1 minute, which you could, right? You could. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do this. So what that 23 means is if you took the ES long 23 minutes ago at 4468.75 at 1258, which was 23 minutes ago, yeah, you'd be up $300. If you had taken this one 28 minutes ago, long at 15,287, you'd be up 850 thereabouts. The Dow, 22 minutes, a couple $100. And the Russell doesn't use as much leverage, about $50. Now, we said earlier today, by the way, that oil, if you go back and listen, we said oil on a daily basis is, let's just be sure that we have the right, no, we're not trading oil at the moment, but let's just make sure we have the right contract here that trades what we call the front month. And so let me double check that. So it won't make any whole lot of difference, but let's make sure. CME, we'll just do a quick check. And no, so we're trading actually the CLX 23, yeah, CLX 23, CLX, that should be the December, or actually probably the November contract. November, right? So it trades what we call the front month. So, but the point's still the same. It still would have been in euphoria. And we were saying that, if you could just be patient enough to try to begin to fade it. But when do I fade it, Don? When do I fade it? Well, on a 1 minute, if you faded it 103 minutes ago at 11:40 at 91.71, you're up $900 on one contract. Yeah. You don't have to trade the NASDAQ, day in and day out every single time. We do because a lot of people do, and that's where the focus is. But, and so we pretty much are always demoing the, the indices and what the indices are doing. But, you can trade coffee and lumber and, any other commodity, gold, silver. If you have any questions, feel free. We do this so that you can have an opportunity to ask questions. I probably should have done those arrows in yellow and probably stand out a little bit more. So let me do that, make them in yellow. So you can see this is what that means. So this would have happened, in the last 26 minutes, there's $300. 31 minutes is 850. And this one here is 175. That works. Not exactly an hourly job, there's, there are those jobs, right? But, you just, so a lot of times it's just sitting and waiting for the trade to present itself. And when it does, knowing what to do and how to do it. In the meantime, this thing over here, the strategy is managing. We're learning as a strategy. We're just a day and a half in on this particular strategy. So we've been broadening out the profit target, and we have high hopes that it's going to be profitable for the week. It's a real slow one. It doesn't trade really fast. And the edge comes from the fact that it's mechanical, it's robotic. I'm not going to get in there. And by the way, the Russell is also trying to. And what type of trades are these? These are counter trades. Counter. It's important to know what type of trade you might be putting on. The reason being is they're not all the same. They're just not. And it's just, it's not possible. I can't do a Q school in an hour. But you need to know what type of trade you're putting on, because embedded in that type of trade is an expectation of performance. And if you don't know what to expect, you're going to be anxious. And you could screw it up. You might have a really good trade on, but because you don't know what type of trade you put on, you don't know what to expect, you get in there and you're making an emotional decision on the money and screw it up. It just is. If you want to, I suppose you could, I mean, it looks pretty easy to fly a plane, right? I mean, if I could afford a plane, I could go down, buy myself a plane and, hit a few switches. Yeah, take the thing off, put it on a plane. I mean, how hard can that be? Just go up and fly around. But yet people do that with their IRA money. They do it with their 401k money. Not a good idea. I'll be the first one. Not a good idea. There's plenty of people, I seem to run into them on Saturday mornings when I golf on the weekends, which I try not to do. But when I golf on the weekends, invariably there'll be the person I'm, golfing behind, the young buck who, went to the driving range and, he hit a bunch of golf balls. And the next thing you know, he's right in front of me for 5.5 hours, 6 hours spraying them. So just because you can go to the driving range and at Top Golf and impress the ladies with a big drive doesn't mean that you can play. Just because you can come into the market and connect on an option trade or connect on any one trade and connect on one doesn't mean that you can trade. No, you'll learn that really, really fast. And hopefully you'll still have the passion and still have some money left to get an education before you start doing that. We can save you that. Any questions, you let us know. I'm happy to, plug any market in, any market that you've traded, any stock that you've traded on whatever interval. Do you even know what interval? But I'm happy to put it in. And the swing machine will tell me real time how it would be positioned and if it's long or short and at what price. And we can then discern if it would have been up or down. If you think you're going to come into this market and just dispense with what I'm saying and dispense with all, he's talking crap. He's talking crap. I'm going to get in there. I'm going to make my 30, 40 bucks. I can trade the money. Okay. Just let me know how that works out. It don't work that way. You could waste a lot of time. And if you're trading options, you waste even more time, lose a hell of a lot more money. At least when we're trading futures, we get a lot of practice, and we can, and get in each and every day and do what we do. Now, some days are going to be better than others. And a lot of it has to do with volatility. Tomorrow's going to be very, very volatile, by the way. We have the Federal Reserve, so be careful, right? The market's probably going to go dormy here a little bit. Probably going to get a big move. If I had to guess, I would probably say that after being down today, we'll probably run up into the Fed. The Fed is the titular head of the banking cartel. It's a cartel. It's a club. you're not in it, and I'm not in it. Very few people are in the club, and they know what they're going to do. And their job is to help with unemployment. Did you know that? Yeah, you know that, right? Federal Reserve is there to help with unemployment. You know, they want stable employment. They want you working until you're 90. That's they're not out to help you retire early. No, no, they want you working, 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 working for the man or the men. So they're not interested. And you know, all this concern about inflation, what a crock of shit that is. They've been trying to create inflation for the last 10 years, 12 years. Week after week after week after week. Oh, you know, we got to get inflation up. We got to get inflation up. And everyone's like, yeah, we need more inflation. Okay, now you got it. Oh, we got to control inflation. What the hell? Why did they created it? They created it. What do you mean they created it? How about that? Do you think you could go to Foxborough Stadium? Now I'm going to pick on the New England Patriots, right? They play in the Miami Dolphins. Did you see the beautiful videos? Now this could be any stadium, right? I'm sorry, I haven't bought an NFL ticket in my life. I wouldn't pay 5 cents to sit in those stands. Nope. I'd rather be hiking a trail on the Cascade Mountains or Kootenai Lake or some, but you know, but up there at the Patriots, they're playing Miami. Do you see the lovely women? They got their jerseys on and they're kicking the shit out of each other in the stands. Would you be married to that? Oh my God. Like, I want to take Susan, my beautiful bride, to a football stadium to watch that and to be subjected to that. Are you out of your mind? But I saw the video and there was a commotion a little bit behind it. And then I read today in the background, some poor bastards there with his wife from New Hampshire. And the guy, he got cold cocked 2 or 3 times and he's dead. 53 years old. Someone cold cocked him in the yard. Oh, that's great. You know, manslaughter, murder, because you're upset over, you know, those are the people, that are in this market. The people that fill that stadium, they're in this market. They're buying Apple. They're buying Nvidia. They're buying the big lie. You think I'm going to follow them? Not a chance in hell, folks. No, not a chance in hell. What a shame, though, right? But I mean, you see it stadium after stadium and people doing this, nonsense. But they're the ones in here. They're the same ones that, told us, the whole thing, the whole chalupa. I'm not going to any of that. I'm not going to any Trump rallies. No, I'm not doing that either. I'm not. I'll vote. I'll do my thing for whoever's going to be there. But this, what we're doing here is not for everybody. We get it. Are you kidding? It is not how many you could go into that stadium. You could, it can be. Swing machine is set up for each individual trader strategy. So I just answered a question here. So I was a little bored there, RS. Swing machine is a trading tool. It is a strategy. This is the main entry right here, but there's a lot more information over here and there's a lot more information over here. This happens to be just a snapshot of a different strategy running. It has nothing to do with swing machine over here. But these are the trades going in. So now this is just one tool, right? We have other tools and these are futures. But you could change the interval and you could, change the symbol to a stock as well. I just don't know what kind, if you want to share with me, what kind of trading experience do you have? What have you been trading? How long you've been trading? How you go about making your decisions? So I can just ask you some questions in general. This is for everybody. Do you know? And the first step of learning anything is becoming aware of what it is you don't know. So let's just throw some questions out there. I'm not going to answer them all. I can't put everybody through a Q school in an hour, but do you know there are only 4 ways to trade? Only 4. That's it. There's only 4 ways to trade. And each trade comes with its own expectations, statistically, mathematically. And do you know what they are? So if you don't know what the 4 ways to trade are, then you can't have a sense of expectation. If you do know what the 4 ways are, do you know what the expectations are? And because what I'm getting at is if you are putting on trades or, putting money at risk and you don't know what the trade is, you can't identify it, and you can't identify the expectations, then it's a pig and a poke and a pig. It's red or black, black or red. And when you don't have a sense of expectation, you're going to have all sorts of anxiety. And you're going to wind up just putting trades on or putting money at risk. They're not even trades to me. They're just putting money at risk. And you're just going to try to trade the money. And that's why 90% of people or more lose, because you can't trade just the money. You're trading greed and fear. You will lose. Guaranteed. And it's just a question of, it doesn't get any easier if the interval is, for those people that say, well, you can't, trading intraday is ridiculous. You can't, I'm an investor. I'm going to invest for, I'm an investor. Well, it's no different there either. It's just that we can't, check, their accountability because, somebody puts a trade on, says, oh, I'm making an investment in NVIDIA, 3 weeks ago when it was trading at $500, it's now trading at 440, it's down, 20, 30%. Oh, I'm an investor, honey. Don't worry about it. I'm an investor. We're going to be in NVIDIA like 10 years from now. Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe it goes up to 1,000 and splits 2 or 3 times and you make a killing. Maybe. But then again, maybe not. Do you know that NVIDIA is trading at 40 times revenue? 40 times revenue. What does that mean, Bagger? Well, think about it this way. You're thinking about making an investment in a Subway store right around the corner. You're going to go buy a Subway. And so you're like, well, how do I know what to pay for the Subway store? I mean, don't you want to know like how much the Subway, not just what it's going to cost, but how much money is it going to throw off? What's its cash flow? Does it have any cash flow? But what is it going to throw off each year? How much am I going to net? So I need to know what my gross revenues are, what my net revenues are. Maybe I got a lot of expenses, so you kind of want to figure that out, right? So you can come up with a valuation. If that Subway store is got gross revenues, nothing about earnings, but gross revenues of $1 million, are you going to pay 40 times earnings? I'm sorry, 40 times revenue? Would you pay $40 million for a Subway store grossing $1 million? Yeah, I would buy it because the guy down the street, he's gonna buy it from me for like, 20 million next month. Okay. So Nvidia, people that are buying Nvidia, the stock is trading at 40 times, 40 times revenue. But it's going up. Okay. Remember, those are the same people that were at the Foxborough Stadium, Okay. They were in those jerseys, fighting with, they were watching each other's wives fight too. That was the other thing. The guys are sitting there, their wives are pummeling each other. I'm like, what in the world? I don't know. I don't know. Something's weird about all that. But um, do you know Sun Microsystems? Sun Microsystems was a company, it was NVIDIA of the day during the dot-com. It was, I mean, it sold servers. People were buying these servers, companies, because the internet was coming out. Do you know that, it was trading $200-300 a share too? It got to a place where even the CEO we now know said, like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to have to sell the company. And they said, why? Because he said it's trading where the stock share price is trading at 10 times revenue. And ultimately he did sell the company, but the stock collapsed to like, $5 a share. It was overvalued, it was oversubscribed. That was Sun Microsystems. Nvidia is trading at 40. But I would deposit with you that the vast majority of everybody that's in this market, they have no friggin' clue of what it is they're doing or anything else. They got money, they got, I don't equate money. I certainly don't. And I am the most ignorant. I am. When it comes to the market, I'm the most ignorant person here. I'll arm wrestle you for that right. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't even know. I don't even want to know what NVIDIA makes or doesn't make. Doesn't even matter to me. And I want to be the most ignorant. I want to be able to move left and I want to be able to move right. Right now, prices are going up. The time we've been talking, Ave, 44 minutes ago, see, it's still counting. 45 minutes ago, if you put the trade on, you'd be up $500. If you took it off, you got $500 in your pocket. If you did this one 15 minutes ago, you got 1,100. 43, 300, 39. That's all I know. That's all I want to know. If they decide to turn around and sell it down a little bit later today, then we'll take it down. We go this way, we go that way, we go this way, we go that way. It doesn't ever ask yourself if I'm only supposed to buy. The investing public, you're only supposed to buy. Timing is ridiculous. You can't time the market. Nobody can time the market. Think about that. Oh, okay. So nobody can time it. So you only buy. Well, when the hell are you supposed to realize your profit? Never? You're never gonna. So if you can't time it and you just got to put your money in, when do you time it? When you're going to retire? Oh, honey, we're going to retire next month. So I think I'm going to take it out. I'm not going to retire for 2 more years. So I'll leave it in the market. Oh, okay. Let me know how that works out. Maybe it's 2009. Maybe it's 1999 to 2000 when the NASDAQ went down 90%. Maybe, so, I mean, just think about, I'm not suggesting anybody do anything. I'm just here to stimulate some ideas and to foster you to think and to ask some critical questions of us. And you can ask, and also to ask some critical questions of what others are telling you, but also too of what you've been doing. Because in the end, the Holy Grail is going to be you, not me, not Swing Machine. Please don't think I've got a Holy Grail for you. We got tools. You can learn to use them or you not, but they're just tools. So I'm happy to answer any question, but this is just one tool, and we can plug in, the stock or any market that anybody wants. But it just amazing to me everything has just been so watered down. The American public that becomes so passive at everything. They're passive when it comes to their politics. They're passive when it comes to their investing. They're passive when it comes to their kids. They're passive when it comes to education. It's like they just have checked out. Are they stoned, or are they just everybody on gummy bears? I don't know. I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. I don't do gummy bears. You know, I eat pretty well. I exercise, try to, but I sometimes just wonder, the internet is just full, and the Twitter sphere is just full, chock full of arguing about politics and everything. There isn't a spit worth of difference in any of it. I just don't have time for it. I don't have an interest for it. I just say to Susie, we're just going to come. And I said this 20 years ago, longer actually. I said it back when we were in college. I was being taught by a Marxist. We won't go down that road. But I did. I had I was in a poli-sci department. I didn't know. I didn't even know what a Marxist was. The department was full of Marxists. I'm like, what in the hell? Who are these people? I was 17, 18. Oh my God. But it was good. It was good. Of course, they won't talk to me today. I've reached out to a few of them. I've told that story, but won't go there. But any case, now we could intervene. Look at that little trade run. It's got a little profit target up there of about $1,000. It hits it, it'll capture that trade. It'll capture that money. I'd like to let it keep running, but I decided I'm not going to do that. So it's just cycling through. But thanks for the question. I hope I answered it. This is what we're trying to do. Let me kind of draw this out graphically, and you give this some thought. But this is what we try to do. I haven't done this in a little while. I'll do it here. Everybody starts their trading in this box. What is in this box? D. What does that D stand for? Discretionary trading. They're trading, they open up a brokerage account, and they read a couple of things, they watch a video on something, they like moving averages. Oh, that works, and it doesn't. But and they start buying and selling and buying what they see, what they hear, what they think. And they do that for a period of weeks or months until they lose a big chunk of money. And then after doing that, they then start looking around the internet, looking for someone to have the answer. And then they start trading what others see, think, hear. We're going to quad 1, we're going to quad 2. I love that guy, right? The former hockey captain at Yale. Quad 1, quad 2, they started arguing about stuff, and they very condescending too. And then they do that for a period of time. They lose a bunch of money, and then they're gone. Market's rigged, But most people live and die here. It's important to have good discretionary skill, but you must learn how to trade discretionary. That guy, by the way, that I'm referring to, and I'm just referring to him in general here. I would have thought we would have had a profit target there. So she didn't quite trigger. We'll see if she triggers it up here. She should. Keeping an eye on that. He doesn't trade his own money. Just want you to know that. He does not. So it's always easier, when you're not trading your own money, right? We don't trade anyone else's money. What we're trying to do is move everybody, help people develop their discretionary skills, but to try to move them into this box. What's in that box, Don? M. What does M stand for? Mechanical trading. A mechanical approach. Could be any number of things. but learning to trade mechanically. And in the beginning, it will feel mechanical. It may look mechanical, but over time, it'll become more fluid. And the comparison I make is in golf, right? When you first start learning golf, they teach you these lessons, and it's very mechanical. But once you hone it, it becomes more natural. Okay, and we just got another order. Okay, and she's continuing to order. So she's liking what she's seeing. So she took a profit and she went right back in. We're going to just let that run. She's doing pretty good. Let me just take a look and see where she's at here. I couldn't even tell you. I know roughly, but bear with me a minute. Okay. Yep. All right. So at this, yeah, we're doing good. Now this program we're running for the whole week, right? This one over here, we're running it for a whole week, 24/7. For our benefit and for the benefit of our members. We'll be able to bear with me. So we're trying to move everybody in this direction to become more mechanical. And that takes time. I wish I could show you one video. We actually have dozens. There's just a lot there. And unfortunately, for a new person, and I understand this, there's just a lot of things that you just don't know. And when you don't know what you don't know, I get it. But that's what we're trying to do. But we're not done at this mechanical. And what we're trying to do, though, by getting the person to become more mechanical, I'm not saying that we can extinguish all emotion, but we're really trying to dissipate the emotions of fear and greed. And once you realize that no one trade is going to make you rich, no one trade is going to make me poor, it becomes just like this trade up here. It's just like on a machine. That next trade that it's doing isn't going to make me poor, and it isn't going to make me rich. I don't have any emotional attachment to that trade up there. If you are emotionally attached to your individual trades, you just don't know yet what you don't know, and you could be over leveraging, and you just may not have a realistic view of what this is. And what I mean by that is what trading is. But we spend quite a bit of time honing these mechanical skills. We start with swing machine, but then we move to other systems. Then we try as best we can during what we call the Q school to start moving you toward this box. And we'll put an R in here. R. What is that, Don? Robotic. A robotic system. What's the difference? Well, if you had taken this trade visually, because 56 minutes ago it went long at 4468.75, yes, you would be up $787. Maybe you took your 500, but that's how much you would be up. And if you took it and you took out your money and you took it now, we would say that's mechanical. And if you took this 161, you're up 1700 and 50, you see it. So if you were taking these trades visually, mechanically, that would be this box. But like this over here, this program is running over here, and I'm not even, I didn't put that trade in. I'm not taking it out. It's just running. That's robotic. That is robotic. These trades can be set up robotically. Now, when I say robotic, though, please understand, I am not saying it's an iRobot. I am not. I'm not saying that the robot is going to automatically make you money. It isn't. The robots are tools, and they're robotic at various stages, right? Some of them have a little AI in them. We've been using it before AI for all this buzz about AI. They have a number of different variables. So they're comparable to like a skill saw that you might buy at Lowe's. And just because you buy, and our programs aren't for sale, they're for lease, you get them as an annual member, but just because you have a skill saw doesn't mean that you can build a staircase, right? You have to have some carpentry skills, right? Or you can get hurt. But that's where we try to move everybody. But once you're running a robot, though, what's the really, really neat about this is you can intervene with the robot. Right? If for some reason I don't like this trade anymore, or something I just don't want to, whatever reasons, I can turn the robot off. I can take a stop loss. I can take a profit. I can do any number of things. And if I do that, that would be mechanically intervening. So it's kind of like, a Tesla self-driving car, right? The car can, I guess, drive you. I'm not going to ever let it drive me, but I'm not. But you could intervene. You could engage or disengage, right? So you can go back and forth and back. So 90% of all the traders that are out there, maybe 95%, are in this box. They live and die in this box. They just don't know what they don't know. And sometimes they pass through and send us notes and everything. They think they understand what I'm saying, or they think they understand what we're about, and they have no idea what we're about. They just don't. They just don't get it. And that's okay. That's all right. I don't want to waste their time, and I don't want to waste my time. But we try to move everybody in here. But we're not even done at that point. There's another box that where we hope that people will get to, and in large part spend the rest of their life in, is in this box. What's in that box then? And that is RH, robotic hedging. And that's what you're competing against. What made the market go up 65 minutes ago, 60 minutes ago? Do you think that was, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bob on I-5, I-10, the Mass Turnpike, calling their broker at Merrill Lynch to buy me, 50 shares of Apple? No, not at all. No, their money's in the market, but it's not, it's they're hedge funds. They're hedge funds. And there are hedge funds that you may not even know are hedge funds. Do you know the airline industry? What do they own? They own nothing. They don't own the terminals. They don't own the airplanes. Do you think they make their money flying people around? No. You think they make their money shipping things around? No. I don't understand, Don. Oh, that money that they take in creates cash flow for them, but they make their money from hedging oil contracts. The airlines are oil hedge companies. That's where they make their money. There's a lot of companies like that. Their headline business is just to bring in cash and their traders. But robotic hedging is when you are trading robotically, and we're trading in maybe two different directions, two different markets, two different times, two different leverages, three or four different, a whole bunch of things. And even here, you can go back and forth, right? We can come all the way back. We can go either way. That's what we try to do. But most people they don't even know this exists. They don't even know. And, I said, I refer to it, probably very nice gentleman, nice young fellow, he had took the time to call, gave him, an hour of my time. And when it was all said and done, they're like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I mean, you can get the machine to do, put trade. I didn't, he's just learning that there's something he doesn't know, which is great, right? That's how we learn, right? And that's why we do what we do. But, his conclusion at the end is, well, I don't have time to learn. I got some money and I want to do some trading, but I don't have, I don't have 3 weeks. Okay, great. I can't help you. I can't help you because there's no jumping the shark. You can't do this without this. You can't do this without that. You can't do this without that. So if anyone thinks you're going to subscribe to us or get an annual membership with us, and that you're not going to have to work at it, you're not going to have to put in any time, you're not going to have to, and you're just automatically going to get into, robotic trading, they're mistaken. That isn't going to happen. You're going to work very, very hard. And it's going to be very, very challenging. And then, but some take to it like a duck to water and just off and running, and others can struggle a little bit and then find it. But I can't promise anyone an outcome because I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know. And people do what they do. I hope that makes sense. Gives you a little bit of an idea, but of what we're trying to do for the benefit of our members. I don't know of anyone else that you're going to come across that is prepared to spend, is doing what we're doing and prepared to spend the time and effort that we're doing. By the way, or the oil contract, and we said this morning. Do you remember? If you go back and listen, we were talking about oil. We showed you oil, that it was getting into euphoria. I said it could go higher, but I'd want to fade it intraday. So if you faded oil on a 1 minute, 26 minutes ago, you're up $400. If you did it here at 11:50, 10 minutes before noon at 91.47, you're up $1,000. Take your $1,000, shut down, and go find something else to do with your day. Go sit by the pool, go play some golf, enjoy life, read some books, but whatever you do, don't turn on CNBC. God, don't watch Mad Money. Don't, argue, Bitcoin, crypto and everything. You're wasting time. You're wasting your time. Don't waste it, kids. And remember, $1,000. There are 24 trading days. I'm not saying you're going to make $1,000 every single day. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you will. But it doesn't take, a lot. But it isn't going to be, you're not going to, I was going to draw a box there. You're going to have to learn, right? You have to learn how the game, you even have to learn how to keep score, right? So I hope I've given you some insight. Thanks for the question. If you want me to punch in, I'm happy to show the baby. I'm happy to punch in any market. I'll shut up and give you guys a chance to digest that. If you found us, it's a bit of a miracle because we really don't advertise. Every once in a while, we've experimented with a little. That's a beautiful thing. Now, this morning we were selling. And now we're buying. Okay. Do you find yourself asking why? Don't ask why. It's not rational. It isn't rational. It doesn't have anything to do. The buying and selling, the selling and buying at this level doesn't have anything to do with all the valuations and all that other shit. All that other shit, all that valuation and all that other shit is meant to get the money from all the worker bees that are spending 25, 30, 40 years of their life working and being sold a bunch of shit that they got to put all their money into the 401k and just send it to Wall Street, and you're gonna retire on easy street. Yeah, okay. Maybe you will. Some will. Some will. But some won't. And you may not. When do you retire, right? And this isn't just here. And we point to the Japanese market, the Nikkei, the Nikkei. Remember when Japan in the 90s? I'm a little older. I remember this shit. They were taking over the world. Everything was made in Japan. They were buying Pebble Beach, Rockefeller Center, buying, and everything was Japan. The Nikkei was rocking and rolling, was at 30,000. Well, that was like 30 something years ago. And some little Japanese man, salary man, they call themselves. It was 1990. 1991. And he said to his little wife, he says, yeah, honey, I think the Nikkei, we got to get involved in the market. We're going to put everything we got into the Nikkei. He was 40 years old, put everything he had in there. Today, that guy is 72 years old, 30 years later. Do you know, right after he did that, the Nikkei went from 30,000 to less than 5,000, and it still isn't back to where it was. Do you think anybody gives a shit about him? If he's still alive, he's 72 years old, and he still doesn't have his yen back. And if he is getting it back, do you think his yen buys what it did in 1990? That's the other scam. Ask anybody in a football stadium what the value of $1 is, and take a picture of the look they give you. They could be engineers, they could be doctors, they could be lawyers. Ask them, what is the value of $1? You will get the most quizzical look, like, what are you talking about? They have no idea. Oh, yeah. It's a hoot. It is a hoot. I'm sorry. Oh, God. It is a hoot. I just, I'm not saying you got to be like me. I'm not saying you got to be like, I'm not telling anybody what to think, how to think. I'm just telling you how I think, how we think. And when I first discussed this with Susan 20 something years ago, like, okay, we discussed it. We discussed it at length. We're good because there wasn't anybody, suggesting we do this. I'm not talking about Stock Market Academy. I'm talking about getting underway. Right? It doesn't make any sense, Susan. I won't go all into it, but so you got to make, that decision for yourself. If you do, we're here to help you jumpstart. You may take it and run and do tremendous. By the way, the CME is going to run a trading challenge in latter part of October. We just registered. I suggest you register. It's free. Now you got to trade for a week, and you got to trade by their rules, and you got to use their platform. Can't be rigged. It's the CME. I also think that if you're following anybody, I think you should ask them to do it too. Now, they will probably blow it off. Oh, that's ridiculous. I ain't going to do that. It's simulated monies. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, do it. Have them do it. It's a cop-out. We've done it. The first one had 1,400 traders. On Thursday, going into the last day, we were number 10. We finished that week number 20. And we have it. It's on our website. It's from the CME. 20 out of 1,400. The next time, there was 1,600. Going into the last day, at 5 a.m, we were number 2. We finished number 7. Now, I couldn't trade robotically. I had to trade mechanically because I had to take the signals from here and I had to put them into their platform. So I couldn't do any robotics. So it was time consuming. And so it's a little bit cumbersome, but we were out to try to win it. And then the last one had 2,400 and 2,400. And on the day before Thursday, we got as close as 35, and I didn't think we could win it, and therefore I usually go 24 hours on the last day, but I didn't think I could win it, and so we just kind of let it play itself out, and we finished 107. So that was our worst showing, but we'll do it again, and we'll do it in a live environment for our members, and we're determined to win the damn thing. I'd like to win it. Which fortunately we don't have to. We don't have to. When you come into the market, you don't have to win the market. You don't have to. This whole notion, beat the market. I don't even know what that means. You don't have to beat anybody. You don't have to beat the market. It isn't that. They set up a straw man. The market goes up like 10% a year, and so you can't beat the market. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's ludicrous. There's so many straw men in there that I'd be happy to have an intellectual discussion with anybody individually. You want to, chat about it and everything else. It's bullshit. The same thing that I told, not told Susan, but we discussed with Susan 20 years ago. It was bullshit 20 years ago. It's bullshit today. It's about cash flow. Any business, any business you're going to buy, anything you're going to do, it's always about cash flow. Know that. Don't have to go to Wharton or Yale. It's cash flow. Do you know, I didn't read his book, Rich Man, Poor Dad guy. I should read it. And I knew of his book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But in any case, there's a video. One night, I like to listen to these podcasts. I'm kind of digressing. I listened to his wife describe the story of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It was really, really interesting. And how they met. He was involved in real estate. She was involved in real estate. And his thing was real estate, which I think is fine. It's fine. It wasn't something that I embraced in a big way because I didn't feel like I had the liquidity that I wanted. But, but it's still a business. Do you know what the name of his business was before? He still got the name, but before, it wasn't Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And he created a board game. And do you know what it was? Cash flow. Cash flow systems, cash flow Inc. Because he described to his wife what it was all about. And she described, and I listened, I damn near fell out of my chair because I was like, it was the same conversation I had with my wife, Susan. And the conversation went like this. But I'll tell you what she said. She said, he explained to me, he goes, do you understand why we're doing what we're doing? Buying and selling houses and renting them and doing all that? She goes, well, we're trying to make a profit. He goes, no, honey. He says, we're trying to create cash flow. He says, because if we can buy so many houses and have so much money coming in, if we have more money coming in than money going out, for the lifestyle that we want to live, we will be wealthy. We will be independent. And he's dead right. It's what it's about. It's what it's about. It isn't about buying NVIDIA on a pig in a poke or Tesla or any of that. It's about cash flow. As far as we're concerned, what we're doing. And he ultimately changed the name, though, and they told the story because on a world tour they were doing, a consultant in Australia said that that's a lousy name because people won't understand what you're talking about, and they'll think cash flow and they'll think cash is flowing out. So they renamed the company Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and branded it that way. But that's what it is. Trading for us is about creating cash flow. So you've got to, your entries matter, right? Your entries matter. You're not going to win on every single trade. You're not. And depending, and I mentioned earlier, the four types of trading, it depends. Do you know, I was listening to, and I kind of, digress here a little bit, but I think of it in these terms that, they asked Deion Sanders, he's played baseball, he's played football, he's coached, he's a father, he's everything. They said, what is the most difficult thing that he had to do? What was it? And he said, hit a baseball. Hit a baseball is the most difficult thing. He says, because you realize, he said, that you're going to lose or you're going to miss. If you miss a baseball 7 out of 10 times, 3 out of 10 you hit, you're going to get a multi-million dollar contract. But you're going to fail 7 out of 10 times. Do you know that if you're trend following, you're going to lose probably 7 out of 10 times? If you don't know that, and you keep trying to get onto trends and you keep trying to win 9%, 80, 90% of the time, do you know you're hurting yourself? You're working so hard. You're going to work your little trading fingers to the bone, to the nub. You're going to have carpal tunnel. You're going to have stress. You're trying to do something that it isn't meant to do. And we can show you mathematically. So in any case, covered a lot of ground on that. All right. Any other questions? Let us know. We're going to probably at the bottom of the hour, probably need to turn down. We need the resources on the computer. But I thank you. So we're going to give you about 15 minutes. Ask any other questions you have. And if you want us to punch anything else in here, invite you to visit the site, invite you to email your questions. If you join as a unlimited monthly membership, so the month to month, it's $100. You'll get a full 1 day tour. You'll get a bunch of other things, but you don't get a live view of this. You do as an annual member, and you get this, and you get all the other tools as an annual member. But you must go through the Q School, and we've been told that we shouldn't do that because it slows everything down and would have many, many more members, and that's probably the case. But we deliberately want to slow it down because we want the person to say to us, the person who, for instance, I'm thinking of back a few weeks ago, said to me, I don't have the time. Good. He's honest with himself. He was honest with us. If he doesn't have the time to learn, he doesn't have the time to trade, and he shouldn't. Any questions, let us know. So in the time that we've been on here, we just look, this is 13 5-minute segments ago. The VIX starts to go down at 125, at 125. The market, on a 1-minute level was 86 minutes ago. There's $800. It's the same trade. Now, if you made 500, you made 500. I mean, you're out. If you wanted to go in on the 5-minute, maybe you don't use as much leverage, right? But the NQ, which uses, considerable leverage, but at this hour at 12:53, the amount of leverage you need in your account is $1,900. You just used $1,900 to make $1,700. What's the return on that? They're trading thousands of these things, folks, thousands of them. While everybody is sending them their money to Vanguard and, into Wall Street. How do you think they get to build those big buildings? Now, I don't need a big building. I don't have any employees. I don't want any employees. I don't want a subway either. I don't want those headaches. Stock Market Caddy came about after Susan and I had learned what we learned. We started this in the early 2000s. When I say this, trading for ourselves. Stock Market Caddy was an afterthought. That was not our intent at all. Stock Market Caddy came about simply because I was bored shitless. It was boring. It was boring. Sitting here by myself every day. I can come in here on YouTube and I can talk and get a chance to meet, folks of a like mind and share some success. And it's not a zero-sum game. Doesn't their success, your success, that doesn't hurt me. It's fun. It's fun. It's also in a way of getting back at them too. I mean, I love throwing the stones at, I don't do it in a big way. I don't want to be nasty about it. I'm sure they're very nice people, but how about Steve Grasso, right? On the Contrary News Bubble channel. Oh, it's time to buy Apple. I'm going to buy Apple. Or he's always pumping the Rivian. I'm buying some Rivian. Oh, okay. And how that works out for you. Or how about Dan Nathan, the boxer with Giuliani, right? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm going to fade NVIDIA at, $200. I'm fading it at 300. I'm fading it at 400. I'm fading it now. Oh, Jesus. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to subscribe to, and that's what you want to do, you're not going to learn anything. You're not going to make any money. You're not. It's just, it's like a tout sheet, it's, I mean, don't you want to play your own game? So let's just plug in NVIDIA. I mentioned NVIDIA. Let's look at NVIDIA, and let's look at it a number of different ways. Let's put on NVIDIA on a daily basis. I'm an investor, Don. I want to be an investor. Okay, I'm all right with that. Daily, Swing Machine went long NVIDIA 170 days ago. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so let's just pick on NVIDIA. But you may think, all right, he's picking that stock. I will put in any stock you want. All right, so just tell me in the chat, and we'll punch in a stock if you want. I love showing the baby. So in NVIDIA went long. Everyone says like, oh, nobody would have known to buy NVIDIA. Yeah, we did. 170 days ago, it said go long at 177.02 when Dan Nathan was saying to fade it. Now it's up $259. That's per share. That's 259 points. 259 points. So you would be, we can change this to a block of money or a number of shares to get the purse calculated, but I just want you to understand that. Maybe you say, well, you know what? I'm really an investor. No, I'm not even a day trader. I want to know on a weekly basis. All right, so let's look. NVIDIA on a weekly basis was 35 weeks ago. Happens to be about the same time. What about a monthly? I'm really, I'm like, really, I don't want to be doing this. All right. Monthly was 119 months ago. At what price? $3.90 back in 13, in 2013. Yeah, you could have bought it back then, split adjusted for 390. It is what it is. I don't have to timestamp it. It's there. And I'm happy to plug in anything. But now let's go the other way. What about on an hourly basis, Tom? What about on an hour? 68 hours ago at 10:30 on the 6th, it's delivered 32 points at 468. That's when you wanted to get your put. If you bought a put at 468 for 20 or 30 days, I mean, you're up a few grand. Now, I have talked with many a person about option trading. I can't tell you the vast majority, not all, but the vast majority have even no clue when it comes to options. Now I ask them, do you understand how they're priced? Oh, yeah, it got something to do with, volatility, and it's got some, they have no clue. All right. And so options are a beautiful tool, but you have to understand how to trade them. You do. 60-minute. And now I wouldn't suggest, dropping down, but we could, right? So you want to drop down to a 5-minute? It went long 14 5-minute segments ago at 125. Well, what a coinkydink. You could have bought a call at 434. And if you want to make it $2, all right, you make it $2. Not what I'm going to do, right? But you could, right? And if you bought 100 shares, it's going to use 43 grand to make $200. Well, it's not an efficient use of capital, but you could, right? But you run into wash sale rule and everything. So if you want us to plug in any kind of a stock or anything, let us know. You can do this day in and day out. You can do in the privacy of your own home or office, whatever you want to do. But Swing Machine is going to help you become more mechanical and get you out of doing this. Wouldn't have it, but we're going to try to help you get here. And the other thing is, if this didn't work, if this process didn't work, and if I didn't believe in it, am I going to hold back your annual membership until you go through a Q school? I do. I will not let you join as an annual member until you go through the Q school. At the end of the Q school, you can say, yeah, it's for me, or no, it isn't. And that's a risk on my part because I'm going to have committed a lot of time with you. And there's no, we can't guarantee an outcome, but you'll get a chance to see what it's all about, and you'll get a chance to do your own trading, and you'll be in a much better position to make a better decision for you. Because you see, folks, I do say this to everybody, both before the Q school, during the Q school. If you make the best decision for you, it will be the best decision for us. And if that decision is, hey, I don't have time for this Q school stuff, I got news for you. I don't have time for that. Okay. Have a nice life. Good luck. Person made the best decision for them, and guess what? Made the best decision for me. That's okay. And I truly wish the person well, and I truly hope, that they do well in life. And, and maybe they can subscribe to, the hockey captain, and you can give them some call options and put options and, make some ad money. But, all right, it's 2:30, and we're going to need to turn YouTube down unless there's any other question. You're on delay, so I'm going to give you a chance to ask any questions, and then, but you're going to be wondering, the market's going to do what the market's going to do today. And I don't know what it's going to do, but I can promise you one thing, we will see it here. We will see it here. And if the market turns down, rest assured, we can come back on tonight and show you, and they could be, up hundreds of thousands, or, any number. But you know what they say, 90% of short putts don't go in the hole. You're not going to know if you don't try. Look at it go. Look at it go. Right? The market's running. I thought we were crashing. Yeah, we were. We're not now. Nope. 99 minutes ago. There's $1,000. There's 2,000. Now, I was expecting Susan at the bottom of the hour too, and she's running a little behind. So I'm going to keep things running. But as soon as you hear my doorbell ring, I'm going to have to catch up with Susan. She's coming in from Costco. So, but she's running a little bit behind, which is good for you all. What a beautiful thing, huh? That's crazy. How much fun is this? This is so many different ways. So many ways. We are in the process of building a second website that is only going to be for members and is going to be a resource for them to be able to access to do so many different things. And bear with us in getting that done. I mean, there's just so many ways to get this done. not to, calls and puts and spreads and, oh man, um, 2 grand since 1253. I don't know why we don't have thousands, but that's okay. We don't advertise. It's okay. I do appreciate the likes. I do appreciate the retweets, because if we can get to a place where we can have more members, YouTube gives you more capacity, like to take phone calls and do that sort of thing. And then you could talk to me, which I'd like to do. I'd really, that would really, but I can't do it. I just want you to know I can't do it until you get to a certain level. We're close. We're close, considering we're never advertised. But I'd love to be able to, be able to take a phone call or talk to somebody on YouTube and ask them a live question. And one, I think would be interesting. And two, I think others would be interested as well. Isn't this crazy? Look at this. And there's no reason to come out, right? That's one of the things that we spend in Q School is helping people get in and to use this tool, but then also learning to stay in, either stay in or stay out. If you want to be selling the market and shorting the market, I don't have a problem with that. Just don't short it now. I think it's going down. No, it ain't. Not right now, it ain't. Right. And later today, the producers on CNBC, the market ran, and they'll tell us why. It'll have something, it have nothing to do with nothing, just like so many other things in life, isn't it? It's really, I don't know. For a while there, I was thinking that, social media is really a detriment to us. But you know what? I think it's probably going to be a good thing. I think we're learning a lot from each other, and we're learning that a lot of the dogma, a lot of the BS, and we all thought, myself included, that we were all so smart in the year 2000, didn't we? We really thought, we had cable TV and the internet, and we thought we were really, really smart. Um, you know, um, Man, I don't know about you, but I feel like I just feel like, was I duped or on some things or what? And it's probably a good thing. It probably is a good thing. And we're going to play our part here. But this area of the market is like one of the biggest. It's right up there with getting a university degree in social justice. What a scam! What a scam! Charging people $250,000 to go to the University of Rhode Island for a degree in journalism. Oh my God. Isn't that absurd? Isn't it? You'll learn a hell of a lot more from us. I tell you what. And we'll learn from you too. We'll have a hell of a time. What a, bunch of college profs. Give me a break. Or from FSU, another one. Or the factories. Give me a break. God. But this is a beautiful thing. Now I could go up. I could go up and intervene, right? I could go up and grab that trade, right? I'm not going to. I'm going to let it run. It'll hit it again, and then she's catching up now. She's she's going to have just a fine week, and I think we've found the slot. I think we were a little too aggressive on the profit targets, and I think that we're in essence going to have slowed the strategy down. I'm talking about this strategy over here. It's called SMC HFT2, which stands for high frequency trader. But you can control the speed. So we can trade it really slow or we can trade it really fast, right? So but it's doing a beautiful job right now. Did anybody see this coming? I didn't. No, I didn't see it coming. Swing Machine did. It's like a digital ticker tape. You know, when they used to have the ticker tape parades on Wall Street, they had these little ticker machines, and they were in all the offices of Wall Street, and they had a tape, and they were very good what they call tape readers. And swing machine for us is like a digital ticker, like a digital ticker tape. You can get really, really good. Susan's really, really good. You know, when she's not in the office right now, she went out, but you know, she'll be like, I can hear, and she'll say, Don, here they come. Here comes the song. Now, I'm not going to get in and try to give you an in service on this, but you really can. And you're probably burning an eye on this. And we don't use moving averages. We don't use MACDs. We don't use stochastics. This shit doesn't work. But you know, if it works for you, have at it. But it doesn't. This does work, and it's just beautiful. And you know, you don't need too many in a week. You know, you know, if I know in the beginning you're going to want to make you 100 or 200, but you know, you get in here and you make $2,000 on a couple of them a week, just a couple. You might have the biggest challenge you're going to have is finding something else to do with your time. And I spend a tremendous amount of time. Wait till you will see a video of this new tool coming out. Oh, it's going to be phenomenal. It's really going to be good. And we've been spending weeks on this thing. So we spend a lot of time on our coding and on our tools, and our members, you know, we get the benefit because we do it for us, and then we also do it for our members too. You'll see it. It's going to be beautiful. I can't show it to you though. And it was like, man, it is so pretty. It's really, really good. Man, I'd love to show you, but I can't. You have any questions? I hear Susie coming in. I'm gonna have to sign off because I gotta help her. And we gotta get back to business here. What a great trading day though, huh? What a great day. Tomorrow's gonna be another good one with the Fed. We said this morning, if you go back and play it, we said this morning it was selling off. Historically, even though I think the Fed is full of crap and I want to see the market sell off and all of that, but I said historically they like to run the market up into the Fed because the Fed is the titular head of a banking cartel, and they want everyone to, you know, be weighing on their every word. And it you know, these people, they have roles to play, you know, like General Milley, you know, that idiot, you know, but they want him to look, you know, look like he's a big strong man and in charge. Oh my God. The same thing with the Federal Reserve, and you know, and you know, F Joe Biden. Nothing political. Don't throw stones at me. I don't. It doesn't matter which one is in the scheme of things. It doesn't matter. But there is all the trappings, right? That's why they, you know, they built those big buildings made out of marble, and they want everybody, you know, and you know, they're not trying, and even the January 6th thing, not to go down that road, but you know, they're trying to send a message to the next wave that might try to pull us, you know, pull something, you know. It's all about control, folks. And they lie. The one thing they don't lie about though, they don't lie with their money. Nope. You can bet, rest assured, Pelosi and Tuberville and the rest of them, they will oh, who's the guy from Virginia? Forget his name. Senate president. But they will tell the truth with their money. Oh, well, that was very nice, Steve. Matters, Steve. That's why we do it, Steve. Thank you. I just kind of ramble on because I'm a little bored, but the other piece, if I can, I don't know where you're, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Steve, about your trading level. Um, we talk about, discretionary, mechanical, robotic, going back and forth. So like most of our members, they live in here. They don't do much of that, right? But 90% of all individuals, they live here. They don't even know what this is. Right. Now, option traders do this when they do spreads. They just don't maybe appreciate what they're doing. But most of our traders live in here, and we have some here. And we need to do more here, quite frankly. It's just that it's pretty comfortable. We get pretty comfortable. The other piece, if I can, if I got time here, is how do you keep score, right? So I'll just cut to this. Now, I'd like to take that profit, by the way. That looks to me like it's extended. We've had one thrust, two thrusts, three thrusts. It looks, I'd like to go up there and take that profit, but I'm deliberately not intervening on this. So I'm going to just let that run. But you could. I just want everyone to know that, right? But we're doing something very specific here for us and for the benefit of our members to see, and letting this program run ideally all week. So we'll have a summation of what we learned and what it did for the week. Right now, it's fine. It's recovered. It had a little drawdown for the week, but it's fully recovered. How do you keep score? It's so important, Steve, to be able to know how to keep score. And I'm going to I equate this to my golf days. You go to the golf round, right? You're catching up with your buddies. Maybe it's somebody new. It's a Saturday. And you have the guy that shows up on the tee box, and it may be a buddy, right? And he's like, man, Steve, boy, what a day, what a week I had last week. Whew, man, I had an option trade. I made $20,000 on such and such, right? So that's what he tells you. He made 20 grand. Well, what are you thinking? You're thinking, well, that's good. I mean, you're not going to be an ass, you're not going to, but if you're like me, or you're like most people, I think, yeah, he made 20 grand, but how many grands did he lose to make the 20? It never tells maybe, so the guy says, hey, I made 20 grand. We just don't know what he lost in the weeks preceding or the months preceding to make that. So it doesn't tell me anything, and I just as soon keep it to himself, but people do what they do. The other guy comes up and he says, wow, Steve, I'm subscribing to Joe Blow in Connecticut. This guy used to be a hockey captain, and he's got this wrist range thing that he does and everything else. And then they get 90% winners. 90% of the time. 90% of the time, they get winners. Oh, that's a sure thing. I better subscribe to that. And you don't make any money. Why is that? Well, winning percentage alone doesn't tell us anything, and it doesn't guarantee success. Why? Because you can make $1,000 nine times, make $9,000, and then on the 10th trade, lose 20 grand. Doesn't help. It feels good, but it doesn't help. And it's called eating like a bird and shitting like an elephant. So the winning percentage doesn't help. Okay. Well, then you get the guy who says, I got a boutique broker, Steve, and you play your cards right, you suck up to me. I'll make a phone call next week and see if I can get you in to see this guy, because he's getting me 10% a year, guaranteed, or whatever, 10% a year, and he's really, really good, and he's really, oh man, oh boy, he knows the market. 10% a year gonna get me. Well, that doesn't get it done for me either. This is what I said to Susan, because 10% on what? 10% on 10,000? He made $1,000 on 10,000. $10,000 on 100,000, 10%. I mean, it's not, I mean, if you got hundreds and hundreds of millions and you make, um, yeah, yep. The give back is, yeah, it's not about the wins. It's actually about the losses. I'm gonna explain that in a moment, Steve, why that is. And they don't give you this metric that I'm about to share with you. So and all these people, from the mutual funds to the people, in Connecticut, and I'm thinking of a person in particular, he says, I use the new Wall Street, it's the old Wall Street. So but if you're Buffett and you're making 10% on millions, I get it. It's a broad number and, good for him, right? But we're not Buffett, right? So how do you keep score? The amount of money just doesn't tell us anything. The winning percentage doesn't tell us anything. The percentage return doesn't tell us anything. It just doesn't. The way you want to keep score is what we call profit factor. And I've been blocked by people asking them, what their profit factor is. Now they have a subscription service touting these types of returns. We don't. We're a mentoring site. We're going to help. We're going to share with you how we go about trading, but you're going to have to go in and do it on your own. And it only matters. So we don't, but they do. And so I'm like, don't tell me your winning percentage. Don't tell me your percentage. I want to know what your profit factor is. And they block me because a profit factor strips it all down. And a profit factor is just simply is gross profit by gross loss. Think of the Subway store. If the gross revenue of the Subway store is $1 million, and the gross loss of the Subway store, loss being, taxes, insurance, employees, materials, and let's say it's $500,000, then you divide the two and it gives you a profit factor of 2 to 1, right? You're netting 500,000, which is probably not going to be the case. It isn't, but you're making $2 for every dollar. That's what we track. That's what's important, because if you have a profit factor underneath 1, you're just losing money. You're a losing money machine. If you have a profit factor of 1 to 2, you're working extremely hard. You're putting shingles on a roof. It's hard. Now, if the machine is doing it, I don't really care, right? The machine is a machine. If it gives me a profit factor of 1.3, 1.4, I'll take it. I'll take it all day, every day, just fine. But if I got to do it, 1 to 2 is very, very hard. 2 to 3 is average. Above 3 is above average. But it's hard to do day in and day out, week in, week out. Most people don't even know what that is, and or others not even going to track. That's the first thing that we describe to everybody. And it's the way that our members communicate with me and with each other, in telling, what we're doing. Profit factor. It addresses it. So the next time the guy says to you at the T-Box, I made 20 grand, I'm winning 9 out of 10, I'm getting 10%, ask him, can you tell me what your profit factor is? And he'll probably look at you quizzically and he won't have any fucking idea what you're talking about. Excuse the French. He just won't have any idea. And if you're subscribing to somebody, or you got somebody that's managing, or some, and he doesn't know, then you want to run. And you want to get your trading, whether you don't have to subscribe to us, you don't have to at all, but you better get your trading down to tracking your profit factor week in and week out, and get the attention off of the money. So then you know what to work on. And a golfer does that too. He doesn't just, shoot for score. What am I doing for sand saves? How many fairways am I hitting? How many greens am I hitting? And that's what we need to know. Does that make sense? I hope so. So we covered a lot of ground. You can imagine, spending 3 weeks in a live environment. Now, 3 weeks, we're not together all day, every day. but we do control the view that you see. We do control the view, and we ask you to do something very specific. And we want to ideally spend 1 to 2 hours a day with you, ideally. Now, scheduling, if you can't, you can't. We'll do it in the evening or do it on the weekend. But it does have a beginning and an end, and it's 3 weeks, so we can run a day or two over, that sort of thing. But we got to keep it, because we can't go on and on. But you will get to see the tools, and you will get to trade them. And you'll know. And we're very comfortable with that, right? So we have, we have had people send us money for the annual membership, and I send it back. It's like, no, I'm not going to let you join the annual until you go through the Q school. You're just going to do it once. And it is. And then also too, our annual membership, I don't think this is on the website. It might be, but I'm not sure. But it isn't. The second year it drops down to 3,500, and we give you an extra month free for every year you've been with us, up to 6. So thereby, over time, and we have members now that have effectively cut the cost in half. So the idea is that we keep the cost either the same or going down, and keep adding more and more value. And it just works. It's a good, Susie and I discussed this when we get started, and I said, this is what we want to do. Not many businesses do that, right? They cut the quality, they cut the services, they cut the stuff, and they keep jacking prices up and charging for this, charging for that. And we don't do that. We don't. There's a lot of things that we do. Now, see, I would have liked to have killed that, right? I mean, I'm looking at that, and, I could have even taken the trade, and we're not trading this visually, but I love point and figure. And we will do that, in the Q school. But I need to let the machine, if I'm going to have machine trade this, I need to let the machine, do it. And so he had a nice winning trade, and he's going to take one on the chin here, maybe. And in the meantime, let's just take a look at what's happening here. This is how fast. And while we're talking here, let me erase a few things, because the market is now rolling back the other way. Here we go. We're going the other way. And you have to decide as a trader, how do you want to do this? What do you want to trade? What kind of leverage do you want to trade? Do you want to trade, and you can use options, and how frequently do you want to trade, and how many times you want to trade? And even the programs can be, you can put those types of variables into the programs too. But just look at this. This is how fast the NASDAQ moves. You see this on the 1 minute right here? Yes. That was 9 minutes ago. It's $500. It's short. No, it's short. Look at the 1 minute here. This is 2 minutes. It just confirmed right here. It just shorted. Now, please don't take that. You're on delay and you don't have a discipline, and it's not why we're doing this. But it just shorted here. Now, it may or may not work out, but I'm just pointing it out. You have to practice this. Right. And we can make it look easy, and we think it is easy relatively, but it's like chipping golf balls. And we start out teaching folks to trade the 1 minute interval actually too. We just want to get the club on the ball, and chip. And then we'll slow it down. We'll back it up and build you to a full swing. You're not capable. A new trader, I'm not you personally, I don't know anybody here personally to say this, so I'm not, but most, they're not capable of if I put this on an hourly view, it isn't fair, right? So if I put this on an hourly view 53 hours ago, yes, if you took it, you'd be up $3,200. But if a person doesn't have any trading experience, they don't have the skill set to stay with that, and you need to learn that, right? You just don't. They just don't. We've had hourly signals last for 2 weeks and run up 15, 20,000. Now he could also get it wrong too, right? So you have to know how to manage your that profit factor, right? So that has to be taught. So we spend all our time on the mechanics of trading and not on, what economic quad are we in? Are you frigging kidding me? I hear that guy and like, he's obnoxious as hell too, very arrogant. I guess, he just is, the hockey captain. I find him very arrogant and just chock full of himself and just, you know, whatever. Happy to plug in any stock though. And again, you could do this with, let's just plug in, we like to look at Tesla here. Let's just plug in Tesla here for a moment. So let's say you wanted to trade Tesla today. All right, so on the 5 minute, I'm not, we're just getting it would have gone wrong about 105, but let's look at Tesla on an hour. Probably still, yeah, it's short from 7 hours ago. So she's countering against it and she's basically flat. It was profitable, but so you want to know how to, once you're in the trade, to manage it. Now we do use charts, right? We do use charts. It's just that we use price charts. We're just showing you swing machine. And then, of course, Tesla on a daily basis. Let's just look on a daily basis. It went long 14 days ago at 256. So it's 14 days. If you bought a 30-day call option at 256 and she's trading at 266, yeah, that works. Or you did a call spread. Now we also have other tools. For trading options. We have radars that'll help you not just pick the option, but tell you how best to structure the option. And that's all math. Trading options is math. It's all math. Okay, I've got to sign off. We want to say thank you for coming by. Steve, thanks for your question. And feel free to review the site and you can email us and you're always welcome to call. I'll take phone calls, any day, weekends, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And I have members that are members now. They weren't then. Actually, I have one in particular. I remember he called on New Year's Eve. Susan said, "Are you serious? Are you going to take a phone call on New Year's Eve?" I'm like, yeah. Somebody wants to talk about the markets. That's the guy I want to talk to. So happy to speak with you. And I hope we've made you aware of some things. Think it through. Uh, our members, everybody can have all kinds of experiences, life experiences. Just apply your common sense to Wall Street as to what they've been saying, what they've been doing, what it is about, what it isn't. If you come to see things, if what we're saying resonates with you, I think we can save you some time and can't promise you an outcome. Oh, you're very welcome, Steve. I can't. I wish I could. I can't promise an outcome. Um, but you won't look at the markets the same. That's for sure. You won't. And I think that's for the better. And we'll give everybody a chance if there's any other questions that folks have as they're coming sliding by. You don't need to be a monthly member. You don't need to be on TradeStation. To be in Q School, you don't need to be on TradeStation. But if you are on TradeStation, it it will be much better. You'll learn more. You'll learn quicker. There are things that we can send you. When you finish Q School, you still have a decision to make as to whether or not one wants to be an annual member or not. And at that point, though, you would need to be on TradeStation because these files that we have built, these tools, they will only work on TradeStation. And I'd love to show you. We got some stuff. We really, I mean, I can show you, Steve. I don't know if you do any option trading. So let me just bring into view. These are some of the other tools. If I can, I'll show you real quickly here. This is a tool that we call the SMC Options Defined Risk Club Selector, and this will actually tell us. Oops, we'll show you. This is happening real time, and let me see if I can widen this out here. Here's my little. Oh, I don't know. I'm running into issues here. I can't see my tool. Okay, I'm sorry. I am going to have to sign off, but we got other tools. This actually is choosing. It's telling us what option trades we would want to be considering on either side of the ball, right? So all these would have been credit spreads. They're probably all in the money, or many of them in the money. Here's another tool I'll just show you real briefly. We can go to this one almost at any hour of the day. And it's called the Pebble Beach. Let me show you this one here, Pebble Beach triggers. And here are S&P. These are buy and sells. All these signals are today. So there are a total of 23, not 24, and it's profitable in every single one of them. Every single one. It's a fantastic tool. And the purse is being calculated based on a $10,000 trade, including, selling Disney here. But, no one could use options. But I do need to sign off. We've been on quite a bit, and I've got to help Susan. And but we'll be back and periodically. We're not on every day. We're not. And as the things get busy in the fall, will be even less and less. But I want to thank you. Oh, Steve was saying I mainly do option, but I use TradingView for analysis, and we built. Okay, yeah, yep. So we right there with you. We love options as well. We got some great tools. All right, have fun, everybody. We got to sign off.